Good morning. How's everyone doing today? Finally, it's not like I missed anything. Ow. All right, let's see. Some puts building at 25. Looks like there's some call walls at 30, 40. The bigger 40, 45 put walls broke down with durable goods this morning. Miss Tesla pumping on rumors. I mean, I didn't miss it. I had calls. But it's pretty cool. Can Tesla break VN? I don't think that's really a relevant fucking resistance. Chosen wisely. What's IWM up to? Where is it? There it is. Gross. So S&P's outperforming. Oil's down. ES up 20 points. Dollar's starting to move up again. 5, 10, 20, 30 are all up. Okay, that's kind of interesting. How many shares of DJT do you have? None? Are you ready to ride DJT down to $15? I don't think it has options yet, right? So now, USD JPY at 151. Yeah, it's not moving around much. 52.35, the ceiling for now. It's resistance. It says 52.30. I have to see if put interest picks up more. Consumer confidence is down today too. Was that yesterday? No, that's today. All right, we're getting a bit more put buying and a few calls selling off. Momentum should be turning here a little bit. Mostly on the back of call profit taking. Maybe some out of the money sold calls. 5230 is a pretty important level to defend for the Bulls, but they're losing ground here. There's a decent amount of put buying at the strike. If they do, there's a bit of a put ramp down to about 5210. That'll probably take all fucking day. $90 weeklies are $240 for what? Oh, for fucking paying to hold Trump's bags. Oh, it has options already? Interesting. I looked at Iron Condors this morning. Same position as in Pickles Picks, but it was 40 cents credit for each leg. My Iron Condor expired yesterday. So, no. Hope you had a good sleep. Good to have you streaming. When do you think they start to push up for PCE tomorrow and Thursday? Well, PCE's on Friday. I don't know if the market's going to push up into it, but Thursday we have a lot of data. Tomorrow, not much. Bulls seem weak. Similar chop to yesterday, ceiling at 40, 45. I'm not even sure the ceiling's that high. Maybe 40. Only if we can bounce from here, which doesn't look particularly good. I think we could get kind of range bound like 25 to 35 again. There's still puts coming in right now. Bit of vol shorting, so they're fighting back against it, but a loss of 30, price will probably slide a little. Yeah, they finalized the spec. It meant for selling new condors today, but the ranges are still the same. 5200, 5260. Well, I realize volatility is significantly more crushed than it was on Friday, but let me take a look. Looks like they're 332 credit a leg for tomorrow. Which is not quite as good as it was last week. But if you can leg into them, you might get a better price. Oh yeah, I saw this last night. The hard to get exposure to just milk though. I mean, that's a bit wide for an intraday condor. That's, I mean, most of the profitability was because I sold it over the weekend. So that bumped up the premium a bit. IV was a little higher, and I legged into it. Yeah, PC comes out when the market's closed on Friday. How many ETF FTDs are coming in for beyond end of week? End of this week? I don't think there's very many. I could double check, but I think most of them start next week or the week after. I think most of them are next week. Nope, that's the wrong fucking thing. There we go. Looks like there's a few today, 320,000, and then 4-3 has about 100,000. 4-4 has about 100,000, and then 4-5 has about 1.8 million, with another like 1.3 between 4-8 and 4-9. Beyond actually looks pretty good. The tips are starting to contract. AMG pumping, yeah, but it still hasn't broke that upside resistance yet. It keeps recovering really well from the drops, but um, it's not really breaking out. B2 2350, a good price. Ooh, it broke the trend. Holy shit. Might be an okay opportunity to sell CSPs. Although with weakness in China, it may be worth waiting. China has some really important data tonight. Manufacturing profits or industrial profits, which is a huge data point. It was quite negative last time. It's expected to be negative again. That could be not great for coal. IWM starting to fail. Let me take a look at NQ real quick. NQ doesn't look so hot. I think it's rejecting off of yesterday's high. Yes, completing a little bit of a head and shoulders here after the breakout of the consolidation this morning. So that might fall. That might actually fall back to trend. 52.78. That's kind of a decent move. Beyond has God Peener. It's doing okay. This looks like some covering. BTU ships all of its coal out of the port of Baltimore. Do they? Looks like coal mined in the Powder River Basin is transported through the Pacific Northwest. Port of Stockton, Levin Richmond Terminal, Ridley Terminal, and West Shore Terminal. So now, doesn't look like they ship a lot out of Baltimore at all. The rest of their production comes out of Australia, right? Long railroads, as long as all the traffic from Baltimore is diverted, could be worth it. Yeah. How much extra inflation can we expect from the bridge collapse and port closure? I don't know. Figure out how much the value of goods is, and then try to figure out the cost of transportation that would be outside of the normal supply chain, and then assume that that's going to get passed forward onto the customer. Lifeway, probably the closest you can get to a milk producer stock. It's already up 6% this morning. I mean, you're forgetting about Way, which is probably the largest, the largest amount of or the most important dairy products. You know, exposure directly to fucking milk. The cargo company is definitely responsible for the damages. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's gonna fall to insurance. Ooh, failed bounce on SPX. I don't know if it's failed quite yet. So we're pretty close to seeing dealer delta shift neutral. Huh. Still a pretty steady stream of call sellers. Let's see, I might retest the high here. Doesn't look like it has much more momentum than that, though. It's not for now. Hmm. Interesting. When I was consulting, I used to drive to Baltimore every week and take that bridge. Insane. It's kind of nuts. I hope nobody was hurt. Did they get everyone off the bridge before it collapsed? No? Well, never mind. The ship hit the bridge and it fell immediately. Oh, fuck. 7 cars in the water. And construction workers. That sucks. One person in critical condition. One guy was rescued and refused treatment. Check DM. I sent you a clip of it. It happened overnight, so less traffic. For going long railroads, I think it would not reduce freight and mean more time to clean up network efficiency. So maybe long CSX. I could see them being a beneficiary. Reports say 20 people missing. Hmm. Apparently, this isn't the first time this ship gotten into an accident. Hmm. The ship looks like it lost power. Oh, maybe. Fuck. The video you can see when the power went out, lights on the ship just completely go dark. Hits the bridge like 10 seconds later. Sounds like they were gonna hit the fucking bridge anyway. Those fucking ships are not all that maneuverable. Is it generally advisable to use the next monthly contract of VIX when conducting overnight technical analysis on futures? You shouldn't do technical analysis on the VIX at all. I don't have fucking Facebook, Willie. Specialized port entry exit crew was steering it. Why your video shows power out for several minutes before impact? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. feel awful for the innocent people who died. Yeah, yeah, it's sad. It's a shitty way to die. I feel like these fucking puts are way too cheap. Fixed 3 month is almost under 15. Hmm. Yeah, momentum's starting to slip a little more. Shorter time frames. Well, longer time frames, maybe a little bit on the 15 or two. ES has gotten its like 900th rejection off of 52.90, 250. Looks like Tesla's moving down a bit. Looks like I'm gonna get stopped out. I don't know if bulls are gonna let the entirety of the gap fill. It's dangerous. We slide into an awful lot of puts if they let it go. Like I could see us testing 25 or maybe 20, but the whole gap is really dangerous. Should I give up on my Apple 170Ps? Should never have bought puts on Apple in the first place. Looks like you were in the money this morning. Was that pre-market though? Yeah. I don't know. Depends on how much theta you have. Volume's terrible today as well. I mean, that's gonna probably continue for the rest of the week. Did everyone just pack up and leave? It's a short week. And there's like incrementally more gamma falling off the chain every day, which tends to like bind up price action anyway. Two power failures and the rudder locked. No, I don't think the BOJ hedges the carry with puts. There's other. Uh, yeah, no. I think you're misunderstanding the hedging dynamic. Although I feel like I tried to break it down for you yesterday in chat. It probably doesn't help that you ask and then disappear, dirty little toe beans. I got stopped out of the Tesla this morning. A bit annoyed though, since I put a stop $100 below ask. I got wicked, filled at $70 lower. But hey, profit is profit. I guess it's just not as much as it should be. All right. That's a pretty wide spread. Huh. Probably a stop limit on those because they're equity contracts, right? For dangerous levels for shorts on beyond, just the gamma neutral. 850 is kind of important just because there's 850 and 9 because there's a lot of short calls. I even thought stop limit, but rushed the orders so I could manage the spread. It was kind of a violent move up. Sadly, the bridge disaster takes notice off of the P. Diddy house raid. You think P. Diddy's complicit? I'm willing to entertain this. We're going to 5224 today, right? That'd be cool. How many hours do you have? Will there be a ceremonial playing of Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On today's stream? Seems insensitive. Sounds like something I would do. One of my coworkers thinks the Democrats crashed the ship into the bridge to get rid of the national anthem. Is there any way you could get him committed? Diddy News made for great headlines. Did he do it? Did he run? What we need to ask ourselves is how did Houthi rebels make it this far into the US? A valid and serious question. I stubbed my toe so strawberries could grow on pine trees. Are you talking about pine berries? You know those don't grow on pine trees, right? They taste like pineapples. It was totally MS-13 that crashed the boat. Okay. I like that you guys are trying to solve the mystery. Where is Rims and Tim's today? And why was Gherk so late? Another of Gherk's enemies eliminated in the pre-market? I'm keeping my head down. I think Rims and Tim's was in here. at some point. Yeah, he was. He's alive. Thanks, Brett. No, we haven't inked the deal with Boeing yet, so you don't have to worry. The real crime, the one cargo container filled with Wendy's is now on the bay floor. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's never gonna go away, is it? After doing some further research last night, though, I did find that they do, in fact, make them for adults. Why are we still up here? This is terrible. You mean at 5230? Or just the 5200 range in general? Any chance that cargo ship was carrying NVIDIA chips into the eastern US? No. I'm headed to Portland today. Why is nobody sitting in the emergency exit row except me? Hold on to that door. The bridge barely got nicked and proceeded to fold like a lawn chair. Yeah. Wait, do you think there's a conspiracy behind that? You think it's an insurance? It's. Do you know how big a fucking container ship is? Let's here. Stash. Do me a favor, man. Find a port near you. I assume you live deep inland, so it might be a bit of a hike. Um, and then tie yourself to one of those bumpers. You know, those rubber bumpers that the cargo ships bump into. And then let me know afterwards what it feels like to get just tapped by one of those bad boys. If I don't hear back from you, I'll assume it hurt. Just the tip. Jesus Christ. Your mom's a cargo ship. That's the worst your mama joke ever. Oh, 1 second. How do you feel about D Nut? Is that which one was it? Gherkin? Oh, it's Krispy Kreme. I don't really have any feelings about it. Their donuts have somehow gotten worse over the years, which you would think is impossible. Supposedly McDonald's is gonna start selling Krispy Kreme. Okay, so I was wrong. They could get even worse. Care to comment on the P Diddy scandal? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Okay, guys, I just got fired, so I'll be here much more often. Yeah. Awesome. Welcome aboard, Two-Tone Sausage. Could P. Diddy have killed Tupac? Maybe. Holy shit, this is boring. I wonder if every single option on the chain is sold. One second. Interesting. What's IWM doing? XRT's up again. IWM's got a little bit of a rally going on. Did you get fired because you were already here? At this rate, you're going to have to learn to juggle or something to maintain viewership with this snooze fest. Sometimes the market's boring. When's the newly opened position leaning towards? End of week next OPEX? What do you mean, like stuff being open today? When top delisting? It's got to be coming up, right? I think they have till the end of March, unless they get an extension or something, which they've already kind of pushed a few times. Is the market crash Friday real? I thought it was a joke, but now the Twitter people say it too. I mean, it is a joke, and I've never heard of Twitter confirming the validity of anything in the entirety of my life. So do you think that Twitter people talking about it makes it more real? You could teach us how to read a balance sheet. You could read securities analysis. Plugs or no plugs? What? Little G-Wagon, welcome back to Dillionaire, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeezes.
Zero Hedge confirmed China has boats 70 miles from Taiwan. You mean in China? Yes. Just in. Chinese boats in China. The Iron Curtain was after World War II. Effin'. Teach me how to not be excited by Beyond's 37-cent move. It's easy. Let's do what I'm doing. Don't they always have 70 boats 70 miles? Yes. Yes, they do. NW. Little G Wagon has to be one of my favorite screen names in this chat. It's pretty good. Any lower limit expectation for VIX? No, but it should be hard to keep it under 13 for any sustained period of time. How does liquidity on Upstart look? Like they're shorting it. Trying to push back against the constant upward march of the Russell 2000. Carry trade? Levering up a bit today. We're probably not going to do anything exciting till the auction. I miss Kool-Aid Man and his bots. Yeah, I miss this too. So to give me files on my program for fun because this market is a snooze fest. Any programs that you use to sort photos? I don't have any photos. I use my fingers. That's nice. And a photo album? Like a physical one? Boomer. Is this price action gonna last all week? It very well could. Well, at least till Thursday. Thursday might have a more profound effect. AMD short thesis invalidated with the bounce off GN. But yeah, unless it drops below GN, then there is no short thesis. It lost it there for a brief second. Now I think the question with AMD is, does it break the upside trend? Because if it breaks out again here, it's gonna run back up to like 200. Hmm. Interesting. Future's still trying to push up to that 52.95 level. Hmm. It looks like we fall into some sellers to the downside here a bit, kind of all the way down to 52.85. Um, there's a few buyers to the upside, but really nothing at 52.95. So not a lot of interest in the upside move, which seems to be pretty well defended. I would say bears have a slight edge in the event this sells off, but there's only like $6 of range on the sell off on ES. So that would be like a test of 26 2650. Kind of here. 2680. Awful. It's just fucking awful range. Do you still own GME? Yeah, I have like 10,000 shares left. Not much anymore. What's up with VIX? Call selling? I would say put selling. Seems to be mostly put selling. I don't think volume on calls is even sufficient for it to be call selling. Did you get back into calls? I did, yeah. I'm 12 cents in the money. Woo. Could Beyond actually move up through 850? Sure. Should probably update the GMDM on that. Gamma's still negative. Uh, DN's at 996. GN's at 972. Hmm. That's kind of interesting. Gamma Max is at 1383. What's up, Insanity? How you doing, man? Yeah, I've been hanging out. I was curious if you still liked Fubo. I do. This looks like a great time for long dated calls. I've been picking up some synth-longs on it. At kind of the recent prices. A little hard to sell the equivalent put. So, I mean, to enter the positions, you gotta kind of look towards shorter expiries to get a fill on the puts. But I think it's a good price. Not as good as under $1, but seems to be a lot of buyers here at the 150 level. Think we could get a $6 sell-off in the next hour? I mean, I'm hoping we get it right now. That's kind of what I'm banking on. When beyond dilution, I mean, if it runs, probably then. Liquidity begets liquidity, C-Mill. So everyone does the same shit, right? They go and look at the options chain and they see where there's OI, and then they're like, okay, this is where I'm going to buy options. And then that just means that there's more OI there, right? People are like sheep. Is it purely to dodge IV? It's cheaper. More leverage, less money. If one is trading options for the most part, is there a service one should be subscribed to? I mean, you should ensure that you have real-time pricing data through your broker. That's probably about it. Option strat. Option strat's kind of useful. Or at least convenient. I mean, you don't need it, but it saves time. Was that Opera? Yeah. What a GameStop to buy the new South Park video game. Everything you do sucks. They only have pre-orders in stock. Then the store manager freaking pulled out his copy and let me buy it. Best company. Sounds like bullshit. You don't think Japan is the one behind the carry trade? No. I feel like your understanding of the carry trade is horribly flawed. I think you need to go back and read all the DD again. Go on my Twitter and go to like the highlighted shit and just read it all over again from the beginning. And then read all of the BOJDD in Dillionaires too. Because none of the questions you're asking about the carry trade make any sense, which tells me, and I'm not trying to call you out or anything. It's very convoluted. This is a long con ruse. Thank you for your participation, you son of a bitch. It's a good thing that the manager pre-ordered all the copies. He pulls out for these moments. Did you pay him cash? Google's finally failing. Which Mag 7 should we pump now? Can you bring out the spinny wheel? I mean, AMD's got to be next, right? They broke the resistance. Oh, they're about to break. They're about to break the resistance at 82.50. Ooh, hold on. I should probably put a stop on that. Let's see. I can't wait to capitalize on this $3 drop. I carried these bags here. Can I trade them in Japan? Sure. Think of all the lost sales for people walking in to buy the game and getting turned away. Or all the people that showed up and like couldn't get the like didn't see the game on the shelf and just left without asking the manager for his personal copy or bemoaning the fact that the game was not there. It's because the new South Park game bombed all the game review scores. Midwestern consumer sentiment rep thinking GME gets the entire $70. Is the Zillionaire the only level? Yeah, it is. Well, Pigeon Whale also. But yeah, Zillionaire. I was first in the store. I see you waited till noon when they open. Are you expecting AMD to pump some? It bounced off GN. No, I'm thinking if it breaks resistance here, it's gonna rocket. It might not. It might fail. But if it does break out, oh boy. I put a stop on it. Epic stream card. Ooh, did AVGO double top? Fuck, I kind of want to short that. Oh, so conflicted. Hmm. Let's see here. Okay. Mhm. Calls are selling off a little bit. It's like things are getting weighted a bit more towards the 52.25 strike. It's not particularly great. But we are getting a lot more puts at 52.30. So you're gonna move down another $3 and stay there. Probably just bounce and then move up into the auction. If the 25 goes in the money and we get a reversal, it's probably gonna like there's probably gonna be profit taking. Just because puts are so cheap, right? Auctions at 1 o'clock. Hmm. That was fun. Yeah, not bad. Hmm. Stop. Vol's still creeping up a little bit. Um, modify. Hmm. What AMD level confirms the breakdown? For the short? Under like 173 or 174? Are you talking about a failure, like a rejection from the trend? What confirms the rejection? Well, I don't know. It's kind of arbitrary. I guess like 180 180.80. Technically a loss of you'd want to see a loss of the 80 strike, like 180, but yeah, I don't know if I'd hold on to it that long. It's just a weekly. Selling the fuck out of the 42.30 strike. $42.35. Not really worth it. Calls. It's kind of cheap. Well, if they're gonna pump it, we gotta ramp up to like 42.40 if they try to pump into the auction. It looks like they've stabilized the momentum loss, which sucks because we didn't really lose the 52.30 level very much. But it seems pretty supportive, and there's some calls coming in. So, and a few puts took profit, which isn't really helping things. So that might be all of the downside, which sucks, but it wasn't that bad. Like 10%. AMD wants it. We'll see. All of the downside for today, just that breakdown. We can move down again later in the day. Especially if the auction whiffs, right? But we're going into the auction, so we're probably going to get a little bit of a pump. Yeah, it's a big auction. It's like 60 billion. And it's on the 5-year too, which is kind of important. Yeah, auction's in 29. Hopefully Jimmy says AI 463 times in the earnings call today. Yeah, I hope they decide to be a cloud service AI compute provider. RC spent all $1 billion buying H100s. Am I checking out ADB? What's Adobe doing? Still looks good. Kind of starting to bounce back up again. It's got some room to retest the trend on the bear flag. Got inverse head and shoulders over the last couple of days. Doesn't seem too bad, but I would say it's probably a little sensitive to the indexes. Bulls need to fight back a little harder here. Is tomorrow looking more volatile? No. Thursday might be, though. If the auction doesn't whiff, is it important enough to pump the upside wall at 40? Yeah, it could be. No tail, I could see us testing 240 or 250 even. Do we hedge our non-existent GME calls with actual HID calls? I think it's actually possible to die from this price action. It's pretty boring. I like the weak bounce. It's only relevant if it forms a lower low. Otherwise, it's still bullish. And from the option side of things, it looks like they'll just buy calls here when they're super duper cheap, right? If fucking it's 250 for the 52.35 call. Scalped a tick earlier. Just one. What are your thoughts on Vermont as a state? I feel like it's mostly Canada. $52.40 is only $100. I know, it's ridiculous. I haven't heard you discussed it after a Chug video for some time now. I don't know. Maybe you got a new job. Why is there such a divergence from gold and gold ETFs? Because all of the big price runs on gold have happened overnight. I honestly worry Darth is killing his liver for likes. I don't think so. He doesn't even get likes out of it. Just doing it for fun. Stop sending me friend requests on Discord. I don't want to buy a Persian centaur princess. You don't think you want to buy a Persian centaur princess. What if bulls don't fight back before the auction and then the auction whiffs? GG 5200. I don't know if we go to 5200 if there's a tail. I don't think it's that important. Dude, I've sent you my bank account information and social security number like 6 times already. No, it's a similar tail isn't similarly bearish. We might see like 2020, 2015 to the downside. Ooh, double bottom. This consolidation here is not exactly bearish. Momentum is just kind of neutral. We're just like chopping around between the two strikes, I think. We are getting more put buyers at 25, though. More put buyers at 25. Looks like we're getting a slightly increased call interest at 35.40, which makes sense because they're dirt fucking cheap, but not enough call buyers at 30. Which is interesting. Although someone's selling the 30 put pretty aggressively. I remember the first time the Discord impersonators came around. The Gherk asked me my thoughts on the market, which is the most un-Gherk thing you could do. Do you think VIX could hit sub 1250 next month? Why does it need that long? It's like 30 cents off right now. Yeah, 18 minutes left. No tail, watch. Okay. I mean, we're probably gonna. If there's no tail, we'd probably test 50. Upstart breaking 2750 by the end of the week. That'd be cool. I don't know if it will or not. There's a lot of resistance there, but it's trying. Ooh, that could be fun. Where's Upstart? Mm, pricey. That's the wrong account. Well, whatever. Close my sold calls here. Fuck it. All right. Prepping breakdown, subprimal cuts. Any recommendations? Are you gonna be dealing with a lot of bone? Not breaking through, but cleaning around. Probably want something with a bit of flex, if that's the case. Just like a cheap fillet knife, honestly. You might want to like get one of those and then like a gyuto for the slicing. Gyuto. We're gonna jump on the auction because I closed my 40C. Sold 40C. Yeah. I closed my 35s. Get the big tuna sword like Gherkin has. I don't have one of those. Yeah, Mercer, like Victorinox. Like for butchery, like the softer steels are better because they're less prone to chipping and they're more flexible. They're also easier to sharpen. What auction result would leave us the flattest? A tiny tail like yesterday? I mean, I think any tail is moderately bearish. 12 minutes to the auction. Time for pumpies. Bulls are so predictable. Jesus. Apple pumpies? I have no idea. I don't look at Apple at all today. I don't know. Maybe back retest Dion. This looks like kind of like what Apple's after. Apple's probably gonna chop around fucking Dion for days. There's always infinite Apple pulls. Doesn't matter what they say or do. Is this gap fill on BTU the bottom? Not necessarily. Although it has bounced back into trend, which is neat. Upstart 2750. Risky to buy in before the auction. Yeah, it's trying. Positioning is pretty equal here. Might even be skewed a little bit bearish. Interesting. 5 minutes left. Do you have any tips for sharpening knives with one of those steel rod handhelds? That doesn't really sharpen a knife. It just takes the burr, like it straightens the edge, right? So when you use a knife, like over time, the edge will fold. And using one of those just kind of realigns it so it's straight again. But it doesn't actually sharpen the knife. Sharpening the knife requires removing metal. It's a honing rod. Some of them are made out of like ceramic and stuff, and they do have some sharpening properties, but those tend to get loaded up with steel, and then they're really ineffective. No wonder my knife is dull as fuck. Yeah, that'll do it. Don't use dull knives. It's dangerous. Did I hear something about honing rods? Yeah. Gherkin probably uses a pedal-powered stone grinding wheel like they did in the Middle Ages. No, just what? Like, well, same kind of stone, but no pedal or wheel. Can you hone my rod? Didn't even spell it right, man. If you have a knife block, put your knives upside down. Some people prefer dull knives. Bunch of dingus. Yeah, I know. You're far more likely to cut yourself with a dull knife than a sharp one. Also, the cut is worse because the fucking knife is dull. You said, "Can you hone me, Rod?" This is a conversation I didn't want to miss. I need to sharpen my knives. I already bought the stones. Nice. Maybe he's an Irish pirate. Bulls really aren't getting a leg up here going into the auction. They tried. Well, that didn't work. Failed pumpies. I guess the market doesn't think the auction's going to be very good. Bet Fed bids fucking nothing on the 5-year. Oh, look at that. Fed says interest paid on reserves nearly tripled to 176.8 billion. What you got, Atomic? Gross. Auction time. Let's see, the 5-year is already up a bit today. Mm, 5.245 before the auction. Bid to cover 2 point. All right, so no tail came in at 4.235. Bid to cover 2.4, which is really bad. But no tail. Yeah, so we're getting some more call buying there and put selling. Looks bullish. A little bit. Not excessively so, but that's probably because the bid to cover sucked. Crush vol 5250 now. We'll see. There's probably going to be some chop here still. There's a lot of puts that haven't sold off yet. But they'll probably get stopped out on the pressure. Might just take a minute. Why do we exist? I don't know. Bulls break above 30, they start to hit the ramp to the upside. Also, short calls might start closing at like 35, 40, because those strikes are pretty heavily sold. Can we hit 40 today? Yeah, we could. The biggest problem right here in this range is that I have like a little bit of calls and a massive pile of puts. There's more calls at 35, and then there's a shitload of calls at 40. But getting through this range is tough. Like from 20, 25 through like 32, 50. This is really tight. But if enough of the 25s, 20s capitulate, I can push the delta a little bit more positive, and then if bulls come in and buy the calls, then you know. I mean, there was no tail on the auction, but it had a shitty bid to cover, so it's kind of moot. It's slightly bullish. It's still worth buying a call for GME later, even though IV's around 300%. Can IV still go higher? It could, but it'll probably crush really hard. Nice, Batman. I'm glad you had fun, dude. Bond market basically telling the Fed to go fuck its projections. I don't know. Rates dropped on that on the auction a bit. Not a ton, but a bit. The problem is the dollar is not really going down. What was our morning high? Like 52, 42, 43. Let me see how futures positioning shifted since that. Not much. There's a little more call side or like buy side support above 5,300 than there was. There's definitely a little bit of resistance, especially at spot. It may be tough, but the Bulls need to pick themselves up by their bootstraps and by a ton of calls. They've been spending too much money on avocado toast. That's the real issue. See you at 20. I'm positioned bullish. I'm actually curious how much IV on GME is up purely to buying volume on calls versus MM's just using historical GME action to justify the overpricing. They don't need to justify the overpricing. The IV knob belongs to them. They can price on whatever move they want. It's a question of if you want to pay for it or not. What's up, Aaron Alvin? The one preventing 1K end of day was me all along. Upstart calls are looking nice. What's your PT there? I mean, if it breaks 2750, it could run up to 30 or 33. It's got to squeeze off the short calls, but I think it's got enough momentum to pull it off. So are you sticking around to go over the GME DRS numbers? Gross. Yeah, no problem. Matt Davies. Forward guidance and GME is baked in. No, I don't know. I don't really want to do GME. Do I have to? I don't want to do GME's earnings calls. Are they even gonna have a fucking earnings call? Or is it just gonna be like they publish the financials? It's the rule. You really know how to make me not want to do it. That's the only reason I'm a pigeon whale. You don't even own GME. Why do we even follow GME anymore? Because every 3 months you can make money on it. Well, every 3 to 6 now. And there's so many bag holders. Does anybody know where to find the do not exercise on WeBull 0 DTEs? Yeah, you right click them, and then it says auto exercise at expiration, and then you click that, and then you hit OK. And that's how you turn it off. There's no indicator, nothing tells you that you've done it. You just kind of hope that it works. Is this the first one since RC pulled the not for long bit? No, this is like we've had 2 other earnings since then. I hate Jimmy, but I love that selling covered calls all the time basically funds my degenerate gambling on SPY 0 DTEs. See, yeah, there's some upside. I mean, the yields are still good if you don't have too big of a position. Boring, but I mean, solid yield. Not as good as they used to be. Not by a long shot. If you don't stream GME earnings, I'm becoming a Cornishon. I won't be here to watch, so working on the honor system. Oh, thank God. Carl's here. We can start the day now. If GME runs to 18, will you sell your shares or just sell CCs? Just CCs. No reason to sell the shares anymore. Hmm. Bulls suck. Bear trap? Even if I wanted to play GME earnings, those options are so overpriced. Yeah, they are. Money pit. GME closing all stores and fulfillment centers, shutting down the website. Bam. Now working on 100% margin. They've cut all the overhead because they've scrapped the entire business. It's not running 200%. Are you out of your fucking mind? There was no tail. Bid to cover was pretty bad, but there was no tail. No, puts suck on GME when IV's elevated. Because the vol crushes out. So you just overpay for them up front, and then it takes forever for them to print. If you're gonna buy like deep in the money puts, sure, but selling vol tends to be better than going long. How do you go about selling CCs on GME after a possible run? I look at a strike in the money that's trading, and then I sell as many calls as I feasibly can before the spread collapses. Looks like I'm gonna have to learn iron condors. Do you know how to sell credit spreads? It's two of those. Yeah, put debit spreads can be okay. Again, you're selling vol, right? It's like the Bulls went for a bear trap and just fucking failed. You don't have to worry about assignment risk on cash settled instruments. But if it's not cash settled, then yeah, there's pin risk in between the strikes of your spread. What's up, popcorn? Hmm. Big selling on ARM. Interesting. I wonder why. How many acres do I need to buy to feel isolated? 50? Do you think shorts are gonna be able to hold the line on Upstart? Maybe. They have a robust position. With earnings close to your prediction, do you think price will go up? Probably a little bit. And not give us regular folks the best CCs after open. Yeah, so I mean it could come back down by open tomorrow. That's a possibility. I think of splitting my CCs half end of day. Mm, you could if you want to take advantage of the bump in IV. How much are $20 calls? Probably not worth it. Yeah, it's not that bad. Even the 17 and 18s, like 52 days to expiry, aren't terrible. I'm selling in the money though, so I don't really give a shit about the IV. It's gonna be like a couple dollars in premium at best. Did you sell bull puts or bear calls today on SPX? I sold bear calls earlier, and then I closed them before the auction, which I guess I didn't have to do, but here we are. Does Tesla look like it's about to dump? It could. It's failing 180 again. That's not a particularly good sign. That's roughly where delta neutral is. So a failure of delta neutral could see it retest gamma neutral pretty quickly. And DN's still above GN, which means that the short dated positions are, I think, pretty skewed to the downside. If GME runs to 18, I'm selling June 14s. Alright. What was the critical point on GME that made volatility cycles no longer exist? What changed? I mean, overall market vol. There's better places right now to short vol than GME that are more profitable with less risk. So dispersion widely in the market changed pretty greatly in 2023, which disincentivizes a lot of those like meme stock trades because you can just short index vol, right? And because you're long the index underlying, you're even less likely to take a short vol position on individual equities. There's still people that trade the GME vol cycles. It's just not as popular as it was. that also has to. Another factor there is the diminished options interest on the GME options chain. Fewer participants make it all a little less worthwhile. Yeah, the split had a big effect. The split killed the options chain initially, right? One second. Oh my god. This coffee cake is amazing. That's unreal. Would it be better to buy a 2 DT call at 330% near the money, or 17 DT 150% IV out of the money? Both of those are bad. If you want to go long GME, use like a debit spread. That way you can like buy the at the money call, sell the out of the money. You can profit off the spread, right? And then you sell a fat chunk of that out of the money IV against your at the money call, right? So you get to price out a lot of the effect of IV and IV crush. And if your out of the money call is still out of the money tomorrow when IV drops, you can close the out of the money call. And then you'll have effectively profited a little bit off of the IV crush. Why are people trying to go long GME when they could do nothing and short it if it happens to run? I have no idea. They want to take the lower probability chance. But beyond, this looks like slow covering a little bit, which is what should be happening, right? Because we like money, we like losing money. Just play songs so I know when to buy and sell. Ridiculous. Ban all mention of GME in the pickle jar. It's ridiculous. Is the bull dream dead? Bulls are still trying to build a position. It's just not very effective. They should do it better. I feel like every time they pump it up, they're just pumping up premiums for call sellers. God damn it. Big covering next 2 weeks. Didn't I already answer this? The first time you fucking asked it? I don't know how I didn't get stopped out there. Liquidity on these is terrible. Did GN move much on AMD overnight? I don't think so. GN's at 170. Dropped a little. The color thing was pretty specific to yesterday's positioning. Charm favors the upside as long as we stay above 52.25. Are you tired of answering GME questions yet? Yep. What would you prefer to answer questions about today? I don't know. Slightly higher lows. Can't stop, won't stop asking questions about GameStop. Jimmy earnings season's like, it's like when a bad ex like texts you in the middle of the night and you know they just want to fuck, but it's gonna be like 3 weeks of bullshit for 1 hour of good time, but you do it anyway. And then immediately regret it. Like post not clarity is just full of remorse. Stop asking me questions about your positions, AJ. I don't care. I want you to blow up your accounts. Don't you understand this? It's been 3 years and you're still fucking here. I don't know how you're not broke yet. I've been here 3 years and I've been too embarrassed to ask. But it's time. What's a GME? It's a brick and mortar retailer with an ever dimming future. Hey, buddy, pal. The bar I'm going to in Portland is located at 649 Southeast 26th Avenue, Portland. Meet me there and we can hang out. Come alone. Why are you going to a bar in the middle of the day? Are you an alcoholic? Ah, fuckers. They got me. Now we can moon. Tell JFresh to answer my question. Bull's out of moves. The puts are going in the money. We broke the resistance to the downside on futures too. Oh, the poor bull ramp. $52.19. Did anyone say V to 25.35 by end of day? We might not. It's really bad for the Bulls to lose that 2030 level. Really, really bad. We'll eventually have a V, right? Probably. I mean, how long of a time frame are you thinking? Like, I don't know anything about what's going on with P. Diddy. We're having a V, it's just upside down. Hmm. There's still more put buyers coming in. Hmm. The video looks kind of okay. Microsoft doesn't look so great. Tesla looks like shit. Apple doesn't look very good. That's Google. Yeah. Dollar's moving up pretty quick. It's not pressuring yields yet, but it's pushing up. Do I buy a put or do I butterfly 25 like yesterday? Butterflies might end up being better. There's some chance that we slip 52.25 here, and if we do, we could go down as far as 52.10. But those are all 0DT puts, so they'd probably, unless a lot more loaded up on the chain, they'd probably capitulate, which means we'd bounce back to like 20.25 into the end of the day. I can't believe the Bulls gave up so easily. That was kind of pathetic. That's like kind of a big call ramp getting burned off between 42.30 and 40. One second. QQQ's getting a decent pump. How's Upstart looking? My Moreland. It's still kind of hanging on. Let's see. Did you get margin call? You do know that margin calls don't come with an actual phone call, right? This isn't 1920. Ivy crush happens and stock moves beyond my purchase call. Let's say I have 15 call price, jumps to 16. After hours event. Is it typically better to have sold my position before the crash? No. No, if you, I mean, well, depends on how much vol is priced in and how much crushes out, but I would say generally speaking, the delta would make up for the difference. That's not a particularly large move, but it's weird how you have to deposit cash or margin using Apple's iTunes gift cards. Like when some SPY options got exercised and I was $500,000 negative. I mean, you weren't really, though. No problem, Gremlin. Hmm. Pretty big bump in volume right there. Do you diamond hand butterflies if they're in your price range, or do you not risk it with wide price swings near end of day? Um, Depends. Largely on when I sell them, right? I mean, if you sell them nearer to the end of the day, your like max risk isn't generally very much. They benefit greatly from being diamond handed into close. No, I don't think SMCI is same like Nvidia. It's very volatile. Options are overpriced. You almost always lose money. It's just gambling. You could try it. Not really something I'm interested in doing. Price swings are too wide, and the options are too expensive. NVIDIA weak on the 950 test? So here's the deal. If NVIDIA keeps testing 950 without breaking sufficiently above it, sold calls are going to accumulate at the strike. And that's going to put downward pressure on the stock and crush volatility. I mean, so the longer you sit in the butterfly, the more the reward increases as long as you're within the profitable range. $35C, less than $1. Win pump. All the options are dirt cheap. We're almost back on the call ramp. Upstart just isn't stopping. You're right. It's been trading flat for 2 hours. Oh, UPS? Holy fuck. What happened there? Is this because of the bridge? Hold on. So B of A raised their price target on UPS and it's cratering. Do they have earnings or something? No.
They said they're gonna make more money in 2026 and a bunch of hold ratings. Okay. Are they at an investor day? Is the entire market going to full port at end of day into GME? No. I want you to hear what I just ate. The Sicilian brisket topped with marinated tomatoes, drizzled with pecorino cheese, barbecue aioli, balsamic glazed, served on a Toronto French roll. Ew. There's nothing Sicilian about that at all. Why do they? Because of the cheese? It's Roman cheese. Is there historic precedent for the market crashing during a closed market day? No, because it's closed. Everything about that sandwich is a fail. SX losing steam or gaining it. Just like some Jersey trog went to a barbecue restaurant and an Italian sub shop and decided to be extra American and combine the two sandwiches. I don't think there's an Italian sandwich anywhere in the mix. They just put some Italian cheese on a brisket sandwich, like barbecue brisket sandwich. Are puts selling off? Not in particularly great numbers. It's gonna be hard to stop everyone out because the premiums are so fucking low. Everyone's options cost $1. Are they gonna finally break 30? We'll see. Ooh, Upstart's trying to do a thing. Why is that so zoomed in? Jesus Christ. Picking up Vega puts at these VIX levels. I picked up a few the other day, but no more until VIX 3-month is under 15. Why is DAX a vertical line when Germany is in like 5 recessions? Ah. So when currencies fall, equities tend to go up. And the euro is like 108 to the dollar right now, which is really low historically. Gamma Max moved up on Upstart. I think it's about the same level it was at. Generally, Gamma Max moving up is bearish. Gamma Max is at 31.17, which is like 20 cents higher than it was yesterday. That's not a very big difference. Did you slander my sandwich? Yeah. God, this looks gross. Yeah, a hot dog is a taco. And to your previous answer, yes. Looks like they're done covering beyond for the day. Time to short it back down tomorrow for tomorrow. You guys are really affected by 20 and 30-cent price moves, aren't you? Nah, fucking poor is still buying weeklies. Gamma Max on Upstart, 31. My wife threatened to divorce me. She says a hot dog is just a hot dog, not a taco. She's wrong. Have you shown her the cube rule of food? How do you prevent the Poseidon kiss from happening on the toilet? I haven't even gone yet, and I'm getting splashed. Take one single sheet of toilet paper and drop it into the water. Threaten to divorce her back. Yeah. Use a gelatin pack in the toilet and let it sit for 30 minutes. Does the fact that the sandwich was free make it better? Yeah. Free things do always taste better. Okay, but now I have the equivalent of a chocolate pig in a blanket staring at me, and I don't like that at all. Don't look back. Don't make eye contact. If the sandwich is free, you're the product. You're not wrong. Is anyone else MSTR baiting, thinking it could go high as Berk A in the next 10 to 15 years? You're fucking delusional. I saw some 5400 synth short on SPX yesterday. Are bears back in town? A bit, yeah. The synth shorts are actually being kind of rough. It's one of the reasons we're not going up that quickly. I'm green on Upstart. Nice, man. Congratulations. Let's see if we're gonna run into fucking resistance on ES again here. Probably. Come on, Bulls. You can do it. Plus side is it's no wipe, which seems redundant because I had to wipe to check. So why does that phrase exist? I don't know. You ever had a ghost poop? Where you poop and then you wipe, there's nothing there, and there's no poop in the toilet? Yeah. I call those sinkers. Yes? Okay, nice. I just got the marker ones that never end. You need to get a bidet, man. You guys have the worst conversations when I'm eating lunch. Well, now that we know you're eating lunch, we can make it a lot worse. You guys. They tried to flash crash my stop limit. They failed. Upstart to the moon. Rumor was going around that you said on stream yesterday that you were going to steer a cargo ship into a bridge. Can you confirm if that rumor is true? It sounds false. You can also stop splashback by catching it before it hits the water, then gently placing it back. J&J acquiring SWAV. All right. Are you long either of those, or long SWAV? Do you ever think about the fact that at any given moment, there's probably at least one person listening to the stream on the toilet? At any given moment, there's one person watching the stream who's fully masturbating. And 99.9% of the time, that person's Farmville. That's the rule of life. I whack it on the toilet while listening to the stream every day, just to make sure the streak is unbroken. Nice, Trash. Thank you. World is my toilet. If it makes you feel better, I mute you to whack it. What voice do you imagine is coming out of my mouth after you mute me? Do you just have a tape recording of me, like, congratulating other people's trades? I don't need to wipe. Ooh. A fellow connoisseur of fiber supplements? Classy. I don't mute you? Thanks. Shockwave Medical? What an intense name for a medical company. 25 months already? Kind of insane. Yeah, it's been a while. You guys are like toddlers. I haven't paid attention to this week at all. Mind giving a quick rundown on what we're looking at for the rest of the week leading into next? It looks super fucking boring. All the way into PCE and JPOW speech, which happened on a day that the market is closed. Do the Bulls have ED? I mean, like a bit, right? It's one of my company divisions does home power grids. It costs us $500K to dispose of $500,000 in LiPo batteries. I can see this cascade in 10 to 15 years. It sounds like it's cascading right now, or the disposal costs will get cheaper. Intravascular lithotripsy sounds terrible. As someone who does extracorporeal shockwave lithotripsy for ureteral and kidney stones. Huh. Can't we just shake the people till they break up? Should use microwaves. Can we just trade here until end of day? Yes. That's why I'm entertaining questions about poop. Can we tap 35? We could tap 40 if we could break 30. How much blood in the stool is appropriate before seeing a doctor? None. If it's in the stool, go to the doctor right away. It's also that Jen's eating lunch and we're all monsters. She just mutes us anyway. Is the pickle jar long whoever makes the windy yet? No. I think they're a private company. With EVs being delayed by the EPA, it won't last long. And lackluster sales, too much money invested in it. Do you think about GTX as a play on everything and anything being turbocharged powertrain or PHEV with turbo over the next decade or so? Or just go to hybrids? Did you see the Discord last night? The people who make the windy also make a snot sucker straw. Yep. How much blood in the stool before I need to worry about sharks? Huh. I mean, they can smell just a drop from miles away. That's not a Poseidon's kiss. That's a shark eating your ass. I mean, one could argue that that's also a Poseidon's kiss. What does it? Meteors, solar flares, sea levels, nuclear war, or aliens? None of those. They just sold one too many puts. Look at these motherfucking bulls on this motherfucking index. $30 is so painful. Well, it's because every time we top 30, the 52.25 put goes under $1.50. And then people are like, I might as well buy some of those, right? Win volume? That's a good question. We actually, there's like a decent amount of options volume. Hmm. Since PCU and JPass feature on Friday, what type of positioning should be considered for Monday open? Wait till after data on Thursday? Probably, yeah. See where we end up after GDP. Excuse me. I would imagine something fairly neutral. $52.30 is a fortress. Yeah, but 52.35s are like $1, so. Do you still have those Disney calls? What's your target? I don't know. I guess I'll just hold them till they expire. Next year. Everyone chat with me. Let's close here. Let's close here. Let Thunder have a win today because he needs it and wants to remember what green feels like. Not sad red. Thunder, thank you for your sacrifice. I would like to be rewarded for overholding my calls and learn nothing, please. That seems doable. This is it. The Bulls' big day. They they need to do it. They can't get any leverage. This is fucking hysterical. These are some of the weakest candles I've ever seen. Not particularly impressive. I have a feeling even if we break 30 here, this is probably just gonna sell off really hard again. Hmm. Hmm. This is pretty important. I'd be really careful with the call side here. This might dump. There it goes. It's a good choice. My calls. Hmm. Hmm. Hey, Upstart's breaking out. That's neat. Nvidia's failing 50 again. I think they finally found the counter to the overnight straddle. Well, no, the overnight straddle's still good. It's just that you can't have it during the day. That's the counter. You gotta sell the vol during the day. Thanks, Cinnamon Pinecone. I'm so salty I didn't buy Reddit. Could have gotten it pre-IPO too. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Snowshoes? Don't tell him. When you sell condors, do you try focusing on getting them in the first 30 minutes of the day? I just sell them when I close my straddle. Josh and I are deeply invested in another YouTube channel, like on an emotional and spiritual level. I hate you guys. Is tomorrow looking like another boring flat day? Depends on where we close today. If we lose, like 52-10, which is possible, although not likely, then yeah, maybe it won't be so awful. I kind of want to go out to the 5 minutes so I can see the gap. Hmm. Speaking of deeply invested in a YouTube channel, apparently I just got one of these. Don't remember if I've even used the last one. Thanks, Yaga. Some people don't need wooden huts to supplement their daily market viewing. You know what they say? A moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. It's not a hut. Sounds like it. What are your predictions for GameStop EPS? I did that last night. Here. This fucking piece of shit bulls. I can put nails on my walls. In the past week, I don't know if a single GME person has asked you about selling puts as opposed to or in combination with buying calls. They're a simple people. Alright, putting flaps. What do you think of a 4,200, 4,800 May put debit spread? Is it even worth it? Do you think there will be forward guidance this time? I doubt it. Been away for Prego doctor visits all day. What's all the scoop with Upstart? I'm up 70%. Roll or close? If it breaks 2750 and squeezes off the short calls, it could run up to like 30, 33. A guy just came into my office wearing a cookies hat. I started singing I Can Be Green, waiting for him to join in, but he just stared at me. You don't mention the word puts around GME holders. I'm sure it's already above 2750. Yeah, but it has to break out. It's gonna squeeze off the short calls. Options are bad. Read the DD. You deleted talks about this. God, this is boring. Why do the Bulls keep trying to pump it up here? Every time they do, somebody just comes in and sells all the $30 and $35 calls, and then the price tumbles back down again. Where does the MM want this? Right here. Yeah, 5230. Is it gonna be a dump like yesterday? Only if we're below 5225, which hasn't happened much today. But yeah, if we fall below 5225, then the puts have a little advantage from the charm. Above 5225, the Bulls do. When does GME earnings release? I have no idea. If they do a call, I would say that it would be probably around 5 o'clock. But if there's no call again, then they'll just drop the earnings in after hours. Is the Bulls positioning short dated on SPX? Moderately, yeah. Most of the positioning just goes through this Thursday. Ooh, I wonder if the collar rolls on the 28th because of the holiday, or if they're gonna just place it again on the 1st. If Ryan Cohen timed Nvidia's 52-week bottom, 260, with about half of GameStop's cash position, 500 million, do you think GME rockets, Nvidia rockets, both rocket, both tank? Ooh, hmm. He didn't. And Nvidia tanks, just because it got brought up. Ryan Cohen, the bubble popper. He is the needle. Look what he did to NFTs. This is if Ryan Cohen bought Nvidia, we're gonna find out that he bought it post earnings in pre-market at 975. You can lie to yourself, but don't lie to us, hamburger helper. God damn it. New ticker, Pickle. Gherk has one storefront and invests the cash on hand. You buy a VWAP hat for $100. $90 profit goes to the fund. It would be hilarious if RC went in Kathy Woods, the GME cash stockpile. My grandma told me GME would skyrocket today after hours, and she's been dead since 2017. But does she have an itchy butthole? I do. Nice. If she does, I'm full boarding. uh, make it 120 and make the W in VWAP a pigeon whale with its wings spread. Yeah, but we can't just have the poorest buying those, right? So we'd have to create a separate storefront for pigeon whale only members. Maybe some sort of like 2FA. How do you feel about that fail at 5230? Still needs to be below 25. Listen, man, here's the deal. If we're below 5225, in the last 30 minutes. Charm will help push the price down. If we're above 52.25, it'll help push the price up. Did you sell any of your Beyond calls on the test of 850 earlier? No. I have synth longs. It's fucking like, I got like a year. I think about buying $2,500 worth of GME shares to stop a run. Where are we gonna close today? Impress with magic prediction. I can't do it. I'll be biased. The correct answer is between 52.25 and 52.30, but I want 52.10. Not because of today, because I want something to happen tomorrow. There'll be one more GME movie. It'll be highly comprehensive, and the very last line will be after GME's delisting from the exchanges. Puts did, at last, cost same like shares. Puts cost same like shares right now. We'll take this one. We close where we are now. No conference call? Oh, God. Is it official? Have you already bought your straddle? I still have the one from last Friday. How do you deal with theta burn from your straddle from Friday? Sell calls and puts against it? And turn it into the ultimate calendar butterfly. End of week, Thursday. We're going to be down overall. Maybe. I don't know. Thursday is probably going to have some pretty bullish data. So I think if this does turn around, Thursday is probably the day for it. I didn't realize this was a beatboxing stream. Okay. Here's my question. What if NQ fails here? Hmm. That was the most mechanical sounding, I blame your towel dust. The chatbot's just a bit buggy. I did have an iPod once. I had an iPod Nano. I never had a Zune. I remember reading Core's reading Do puts cost same like shares? Very confused when Dan's infiltrated his stream. That was a good day. That was some funny shit. I thought you were going back to paper trading, Thunder86. Was that the best shot on Upstart for the foreseeable future? No. Although if it fails VWAP here, I'm probably going to dump my calls. If it doesn't, I'll hold them overnight. Fuck it. I told you it only lasts 5 minutes. I'm true to my word. Did you ever watch a movie on an iPod Color? I watched Cars 2 on one because I was 8 and regarded. No, but my siblings did. It was around that time where like the iPod Color was a junk drawer item. I thought you were an only child for some reason. I was for a long time. Elon Musk defends P. Diddy, saying people shouldn't track your plane. Tesla dumps 100 to 114.20. I still have a Zune HD kicking. Use it weekly. Annoyed it was only 16 gigs. Also, what is the context of puts cost same like shares? I've heard it so many times, but I don't know what it implies. It doesn't imply anything. That's the point. You've just revealed your age to the stream. Careful, fam. Chorm. Look at all these profit takers. Fucking paper hands. How are you prepping for GME earnings call? Millions of calls and shares? No. I bought like 20 puts, and then I'm gonna sell a shitload of calls tomorrow. Puts in like shares is as if Napoleon Dynamite got a hold of options as a strategic investment. 35 by end of day. Maybe. Lame. Support here? Ooh, no, that's gross. Hmm. Curious. You think I would exit my 1350 calls before earnings? You could scale them back a bit. Long ago, either an idiot or someone that shouldn't be trading or a non-native English speaker wandered in here and asked Gherk, so puts, same like shares, and he nearly ended the stream forever. I was very close. Still top 20 funniest things I've ever heard. Should have done what? See, NQ's doing that thing that I talked about. And then that other person was like, NQ can't fail. What's going on here then? It hasn't touched the line yet. I was more worried about this line than this one. But this one's next. This shouldn't really be a support. I mean, maybe it would be, but shouldn't be. Look what you've achieved with most of us. True. I should have made him a quant. If I could change my WeBull order chime to your sigh after the greatest meme of our cult, I would. You could probably load custom sound files in there. I wouldn't know how to do it, but I'm sure it's possible. Also, why is my sigh a meme? I don't like this. I still remember our old Friday tradition of laughing at Moonwind, panicking over his covered calls. Are you taking your shirt off yet? No. People are still selling NQ here. Very interesting. Dumping bags in advance of what? Hmm. Ugh. Ah. Hmm. The 5230 call is 65 cents. Are we gonna close with VIX over 13? If you won't take your shirt off, could you take our shirts off so we feel better? I suppose. We'll make an orderly line. Q. Compliments will get you everywhere, Gen Gen. Is it possible for Beyond to get off Reg Show tonight with today's volume? It's not really that excessive. I traded 2 million volumes today. It's like nothing. Win V? We are Ving, it's just upside down. We V'd back here. Oh shit. Starting to slip 25 here. This is getting very dangerous to the Bulls and their free calls. The days of the V are over. What is dead may never die. Meta needs to chill out. NQ caught a little bit of a bid, but it still looks like shit. And we got some pretty decent sell side on ES too. Let's see how we're looking here. All that's left on the chain now is pretty much just puts at 25 and 20. Most of the calls are gone. So it's time for them to buy them all back. Right? I can't wait for some GME drama. What drama would there be? Ryan Cohen fires himself and then tweets about it? I'd buy more. Don't give us hope. I would full port GME if RC leaves. Ooh. Big dumpies. That was fun. See you tomorrow. What about the bounce back? How much is a 25 right now? Ah, it's not 5 cents. It's too expensive. SAX plummets to levels not seen since yesterday. Yeah, I don't even think it filled the gap. It didn't. 15, maybe. I don't think there's not a lot of range after 15. You made more with your random put than I did holding my iron butterfly all day. I'm going back to degenning. It was just like 200% or something. It wasn't crazy. I remember when $4 wasn't considered big dumpies. I mean, volumetrically, this is a big dumpy. It was like 35,000 futures contracts. Watch out for support. The best thing I said all day was be careful with your calls when we were trading up here. How does Zom look? Earnings coming in. I don't know. Let me see. Looks fine. I might sell some covered calls on it. I need to sell my Zom shares. Maybe I should sell them before earnings. This is what I'll do. I'll sell $100 covered calls tonight. And then just see what happens. Because these are Q4 earnings. They're not going to be good. Gas prices were dirt cheap. Girth, is this the crash? It's just some downs. We kind of, it's 215. This is the number I said. This is, and then support. Boom. I really hate that we have to watch NQ nowadays, though. Fucking stupid unequal weighting. I bought a 5115p for 25, just sold for 218. This has never happened to me and I love it. Thank you, dude. No problem, man. Congratulations. I'm not allowed to sell my Zom shares till 130. I'm not selling my shares. I'm just selling cover calls against my shares, $15 in the money. Is the BOJ collapsing the carry? Not yet. I just completely wiped out all the margin debt I had on my trading account. Yes. Nice, man. I waited so long or that for that drop and gave up just in time to miss it as usual. Excellent. This is the way, AJ. IQ looks like it wants to keep going. It's got a lot of range, but it'll probably find support around here. There's support here. At like 18.5. It's gonna bounce right at close. Yeah, it could. A lot of the calls sold off, so it may not, but there might be some capitulation that could drive us back up to like 25. IWM. Wish they'd change the logo for that. AMD's on its way back down to test GN again. Not yet. It's got support before then. There's support at like the 76 level. And GN moved down. GN's at like 170 something now. But yeah, AMD should have support at 76. 74. Either side of the 75 strike. Is Kenny selling off to pay us after earnings tonight? Gross. Let's go. 5 Sigma Black Swan event. The 5-minute chart looks god awful. A lot of the charts don't look very good. NQ looks particularly bad. Like this could fail. This could fail back to like 18. That doesn't even seem like a stretch. Like 18,250 to 18. This range right here. But it'll take time. I don't think it's gonna happen right away. Big VIX donger, yeah. I like selling 20 wide butterflies early, then around power hour buying an extra 10 wide strangle Well, it's cheap. If we get a big direction like this, I still end up green. Yeah, you can. There's some fun stuff you can do. You can make like ratio butterflies that are net neutral at the middle point and stuff. Depends on how much money you want to spend on premium, but more downs overnight? I don't think so. I think probably pretty stable right here. Closing under 215, sure. But above 215, I don't think so. Like, not too much. There's not a lot of data tomorrow. Tomorrow's probably going to be pretty low volume, fairly flat. And then we'll get neutral positioning tomorrow heading into GDP. And there's a lot of shit on Thursday morning. Thursday's also got like the most gamma falling off the chain, so that's probably going to be like our day for bigger moves this week if we're going to have any. Are we going to get yo-yo capitulation into the end of the day? Only if the 5220s get threatened. As long as we stay right here, I don't see any reason that those options wouldn't cash settle because they had like no fucking intrinsic value. Like the 25 back here and here was like $1 and the 20 was like 40 cents. So, I mean, I can't see those premiums getting threatened unless we move up pretty substantially from here, right? Like we have to break like 52.19 to the upside, and then we could get a little bit of capitulation. But it's I mean, given futures and everything and vol rising, we're probably going to get more people buying the 215 than we're going to get capitulating on the 225. The trade that's always been profitable for me, the trade that I do behind the Wendy's dumpster, it's true. I mean, it's a direct transaction. You perform a service, you receive a fee. What time do we get GDP numbers? Ooh, lost 215. Now that's actually bearish. This might be pushing us towards gamma neutral on the weekly. 100% probability of profit. Like a job. Bad news up, good news up, no news down. What does that tell you? That should tell you something if those three statements are true. Think about it. You don't say the J word. Don't worry, no one cares nearly enough about GME earnings to short the S&P because of it. Money no longer wants to support these levels or higher ones. If those three statements are true, it means that bulls don't have confidence in their positioning, right? When you start running into periods where like the market's really reliant on macro data, That tends to be bearish over time. Like if the market's falling when there's no data, and then it only runs when there is data that can be spun positively, that's, and it's pretty easy to spin bad data positively, right? NQ still looks like a wet bag of cat shit. Getting pretty close to the next support. 48.15.75. $4.15.75. 18.4.15.75. What I'm talking about. I bought JWN calls because I'm nasty. Ew. My port's down 100k. From what? Did you buy too many calls? If the 5200 call wall sells off, do we just crash? There's a lot of calls down at 5100 and 5000 too. I highly doubt the 5200 call wall is going to sell off. But the puts there could get squeezed. No, I put a spin on it. I learned a lesson. Oh, okay. Whew. That would have been like 50 more credit cards. What about the 5200 cents short? It's still there. There's support. So the reason is that there's support on the longer dated, like, longer dated strikes at 5200, 5195. But closing below 50, 5215, 5210 is quite bearish. Figure this market out. Calls overnight when they can pump. Puts in the afternoon. My Robinhood account is negative 19,416 all time, or 99.73%. At what point are you going to stop trusting your own judgment, Diamond? If we get pretty close to 5210, you said you expect something to happen tomorrow. If we do, we can continue to fall off. We could fall down back below the 5200 level. I mean, as far down as like 5180 or 5150. The market goes down 0.1%, and we all think crash. I don't think it's gonna crash. What does that tell you? You guys had way too many 0 DTE puts. My 5100s are going in the money tomorrow. I swear, every time I have a meeting, the market shits itself. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just the time of day you have meetings. Maybe you should just buy puts before all of your meetings. Like, buy a put, set a 20% stop, go into your meeting. And then the market will rip. Magic thinking. Exactly. Yeah, Upstart got murdered on the rejection again. What's up, JC? Holy shit. You know what? Just for you. How's tomorrow's gamma looking? I don't know. I'll have to go look at it. I spent $22 at Jack in the Box on one burger combo. Is this the end stage capitalism? Yeah. Looks like there's a lot of puts. A lot of puts to the upside. A lot of puts to the downside. Both of those. A whole shitload of puts. 5180, 5175. Ooh, I can close the put side of my straddle. Do I close it today or just wait? Hmm. I like April. I like April puts. It's interesting the market ignored J-Pow and he tried to be hawkish. But now his unconvincing dev tone has the market correcting itself. Yeah. Are you staying on after hours for earnings? I mean, there's no earnings call, right? It's just fucking, it's just the earnings release. I still have like 10,000 shares, Voldemort. I mean, no, I was done streaming GME's earnings calls when they stopped doing GME earnings calls. Matt Furlong will be back to lead us. I wonder who's gonna get which member of. I wonder if he's gonna kick. What would be the most dramatic thing he could do besides firing himself? Fire Larry Chang. Oh yeah, he could kick Larry Chang off the board, or add Pulte to the board. I've actually been doing work all day. Why red? Bunch of free puts out of the money built up, and All the calls were being sold. We only gapped down a little. Relax. This market's so fucking stupid. Yeah. Announced they're being acquired by Wetzel's Pretzels. Again, I would go long. Fires himself and tweets Ryan Cohen, more like Ryan Goen. XD. Announces that he sold everything. You know, I like going over these hypotheticals before GME earnings, even though I know they'll never happen. Because the super stockers in here just get really pissed when you say anything. Re. I dare you to insult my Ryan Cullen. Oh, brutal close. Not so much for IWM, though. Really bad for QQQ. It's really exciting to have VIX back above 13 again. Dude, NVIDIA clapped. Yeah. Could fall back down to like 900, 880. Why would RC tank the market like this? Jimmy's almost a Gamma Max. How about all the 5D chess posts after lackluster earnings tonight? I mean, the ironic part of this is everyone's going to be super bullish on them making 24 cents per share in an entire year. Your plan's still to sell on the way down. I mean, you don't ever need to sell. Infinity pool. Ding ding. The day is done. GME is up 38 cents. It's hardly moassing. Your definition of moass is just... It's not even cool anymore. How do I have a more bullish definition of moass than you do? 3 ports down. GG. Thanks, man. So I gotta sit here for 15 minutes till they fucking... You wrote the MOASS trilogy. The MOASS trilogy clearly defines why MOASS is not a thing. I wrote it, but no one read it. DD. Sometimes. The real MOASS is the bank account of the short hedge funds. I was on family vacation in Hawaii when RC announced the share offering. Ouch. I look back at some of my GME bookmarks, like Is the Squeeze Squiz, the way high school girls look back at bad bangs. I just think, what was I thinking back then? I read the trilogy, but the paid shills at SS told me you're a paid shill, so I didn't believe it until I was down 99.9%. You put on a tough exterior, but you're a big softy on the inside, huh? I had to be a big brother and do a write-up to help us poor fools. I was just tired of getting DMs asking about GME earnings, and I figured that was the quickest route to stop them. If we miss on this earnings, we could get the discountable lifetime. Are we bouncing tomorrow because of positioning? Or is this sell-off a nail in the coffin for the Bulls? Also, you nailed it. You said 52.10. I mean, this isn't good. And bears are getting emboldened and starting to build up bigger positioning. We're very close to GN on the monthly, too. Some Mega Regard posted 30,000 shares DRS. Ugh. You ever gonna tell us how much GME you had at the peak since you sold most of it? I sold 156,000 shares. On the bright side, all of us left super stonk. We all found our breaking point for when something got too weird for us to stick around. We're all only kind of gullible, so at least there's that. Did RC fuck it up? It doesn't even matter. There's plenty of liquidity, right? Are you completely out? No, I still have 10,000 left. Roughly 13.5. 22 versus 29? Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck this. I'm selling this piece of shit. At least I got to sell it above 14. Well, hopefully. That's not going to bounce back, is it? Yeah. Let's fucking go. I want to see single digits. Sounds like you're going to get there. And before Super Stock starts making posts about how they still had positive EPS on the year. We're already below like delta neutral. This is terrible. Grapevine, Texas, March 26, 2024. GameStop Corp. Today released financial results for the fourth quarter and fiscal year ended Feb 3rd, 2024. Company's consolidated financial statements, including GAAP and non-GAAP results, are available below. Company's Form 10-K and supplemental information can be found at their investor website. Net sales were $1.794 billion for the fourth quarter, compared to $2.226 billion in the prior year's fourth quarter. Selling, general, and administrative SG&A expenses were $359.2, or 20% of net sales for the fourth quarter, compared to $553.4 million, or 20.4% of net sales in the prior year's fourth quarter. Net income was $63.1 million for the fourth quarter, compared to net income of $48.2 million for the prior year's fourth quarter. Cash and cash equivalents and marketable securities were $1.199 billion at close of the quarter. Long-term debt remains limited to a low-interest unsecured term loan associated with the French government's response to COVID-19. Net sales were $5.273 billion for fiscal year 2023, compared to $5.97 billion for fiscal 2022. SG&A expenses were $1.324 billion, or 25.1% of net sales for fiscal year 23, compared to $1.681 billion, or 28.4% of net sales for fiscal 2022. Net income was $6.7 million for fiscal 23, compared to a net loss of $313.1 million for fiscal 22. Adjusted EBITDA was $64.7 million for fiscal 23, compared to an adjusted EBITDA of $192.7 million for fiscal 2022. Yeah, it's going down. RC shaved too close. It's not just RC. I'm not going to blame it all on him, but some of it is he's shaving too close, right? You reduce too much SG&A, and you start to limit the ability of the business to grow. And they've also lost a significant degree of market share over the past year as well. And super stonkers aren't spending their whole paycheck there anymore. What doing with our billion in cash? Looks like nothing. No, blame him for everything. My estimates were bottom of the barrel too, and they still missed that. They missed revenue and EPS. And they missed it on one of the, yeah, and quarter four was one of the highest holiday spending seasons in the last like 5 years. So not only did they miss hard, they missed hard on one of the like, if not the highest, I think it was the highest consumer discretionary spend in the last like 5 years. They have less stores. I mean, that's what happens, right? So, during most of the year, those stores make no fucking money. But during the holiday season, they make a lot. That's what's kept them open the rest of the year all of this time. So, I mean, the SG&A savings are good. But the lack of growth and no plan is not great. Yeah, my bottom line was like 1.89 billion for the year. And they came in, 0.1 below that. Or for the quarter, rather. I don't think there's a call. I don't have the 10Q yet. What a shit show. AK's out? Oh, there we go. Letter agreement between Daniel Moore and GameStop Corp. Was a financial. Oh. It's a shit. I already went over all of this. He didn't buy any. Their cash on hand is 1.19 billion. Yeah, net income of 6 million. GameStop made less money last year than I did. That's embarrassing. I was short Nvidia. You think Sanjeet will come home? I think Sanjeet starved to death, clutching his one GameStop share to his chest. Why didn't they do a call so we could hear them crying? Because RC's a weenie. I mean, I'm serious, right? He took over the role of CEO and he was like, I'm gonna turn this ship around. I fired the other guy because he wasn't profitable every quarter. And he's produced the worst Q4 in the last 4 years. Single-handedly. Does this mean Citadel shorts again and is our hero now? Does that make us the villains versus SS? We have been since we started selling covered calls. How many puts on GME did you buy before earnings? I only bought 20 puts. And I bought $20 puts, so I'm like not even after the IV crush, I'm not even gonna be up very much. Rip that guy who took out a line of credit on his credit card to buy 40k GME. Oh Jesus. Hopefully he sold at 16, right? Or 15 or whatever the fuck we hit end of day. Macroeconomics has an effect on that too. What, on GME's earning? You can't blame the macro. People have been spending like crazy. Credit card debt's been skyrocketing. Everyone's making shitloads of money except GME. The wealth effect is in like full swing. Everyone's got tons of home equity on their overpriced homes and they're maxing out their credit cards, and GME is not they're getting a diminished slice of that pie. Yeah, I'm gonna do the end of the day and wrap this shit up. By the way, all that liquidity being realized in aftermarket, that's selling. Just for all you diamond handers. Anyway, broad commodities down 66 points today. Dixie kind of trickled up through most of the day, but it's still not having a big effect on yields. And yields mostly declined after the 5-year auction failed to print a tail. Although the bid to cover on the auction was not very impressive. Core 1 month is now at the same level it was at back in July. So dispersions maybe maxed out here. Core 3 month flat, so a lot of that dispersion trading is in the front month. Carry trade's pretty flat still. Not a lot going on there. Kind of fluctuating with the top end of the yield curve a bit. Bond vol picked up a little bit today. Skewed down yesterday. That's not right. Ooh. Correlation down another 2% from yesterday. Negative 36.93. Between VIX futures and cash VIX. That's kind of interesting. And we're now pricing in about two points less in rate cuts than we were yesterday. Bigger than that probably is that NQ failed support at the 18,500 level, then proceeded to drop almost all the way back down to 18,400. It did get a little bit of support in after hours here. This is probably some capitulation. But the failure of that trend after the breakout is pretty bearish. The next resistance to the downside is 18.4, and then about 18.3 after that. So pretty big failure in futures. Same goes for ES. Falling back into the that bearish bullish consolidation. Hasn't yet to fail probably the more important part of this trend, which is that 5250 test. But pretty close. I would expect this will bounce back, probably retest before failing further. Gamma tomorrow does not look bullish at all. There's huge put walls both to the up and down side of us. So a pretty decent ramp down to like 5180 out here on SPX. And that would be a test roughly around here on the lower median trend. Not great, but however far that falls tomorrow, we'll probably pick up a little bit of bullish momentum into the end of the day as we position neutrally for GDP, jobs, and Michigan consumer on Thursday. So short-term failure, we might test gamma neutral, which is probably up a little bit here. Now it was at 51.72 today. It's probably around 51.80-ish now. I would say that we could probably test gamma neutral and then maybe bounce back into the back half of the week. And then PCE and JPAS speech are going to be on Friday when the market's closed. Who gives a shit how many shares were held by registered holders? You know what that means? That means there's another fucking 180 million shares held by everyone else that are all redeemable a million times over to provide infinite liquidity. Because DRS is stupid and nobody understands how ETFs work. Anyway, thank you guys all for coming and hanging out. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Pickles Picks will be out tonight, as always. If some of you newer guys, don't forget to set alerts for that thread that I put the Pickles Picks in, because I do update them nightly. All right, later, guys.
Sweating and pacing. Grab some kitties.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know when I got